Hello, hello, guys. Hello, hello. While I don't try to make it like a habit of streaming every day, it has been a few days now. Both because I was busy and because some other games came out that I wanted to prioritize at the time. And that will definitely that will still happen. But I feel like I want to get a stream in because I haven't really been grinding any ranked. I've maybe done like 4 games overall ranked in between the last 4 days, but that's it. Let me tweet out that I'm streaming as well. But despite me not playing much, like in general, outside of just streaming, I've just yeah, I get it. I've been winning a lot, so I feel like it is starting to affect my games a little bit. Just a little bit. It's not drastic in any way, but I'm always first pick now. I'm always like I'm definitely against some tough matchups sometimes. Like I don't think I am. Like I think I'm a good player, but I don't think I am near the top in EU. Right now I'm meeting multiple people on the enemy teams when I am not near that level. I think so. I think it's hard when I get matchups like that because I've just been winning too much. A lot of those games weren't even on me either. It's just winning the coin flip on the team while I chill in solo doing nothing.
Select your god.
And oh boy, I really like. I think it's great the cures aren't that long, but I don't even need a Q game anymore. I want to play Haste as well. I love this game. Just barely any time for it. It's a luxury complaint though. And I also realized it's very framey when I have Smite open for some reason. Like, Smite is not a heavy game. At least from what I've seen. What in the fuck just happened to me? I bonked something. Alright, fuck that road then. Guess I'll stop going on it once it starts going too far up. I'll just stay on it when it goes down. Holy hesitation. I do not know where to go. There's too many fucking stars. I do Weather Home against them. I don't know who actually plays at this time. It is still pretty early, and it seems like most people start playing when the Nika queue hits, because they can get a better game that way. Which is fair, I do get that. I'll do the same thing if I wasn't streaming as well. What am I against? Probably gonna beat either way though. I mean, it's gonna be Chuck, I believe. It's gotta be.
I suppose it will blessings upon you.
I don't think I've done Transcendence Book of Thoth on Kali yet. I always go for Helm of Radiance first, just because I feel like it's better for solo. But I guess I'll try. I do definitely think it is better for damage. I just like being a bit tanky, especially if I'm into just get like Chuck Cupid. Like if I'm getting ganked by Chuck Cupid, there is very low chance of me surviving that. Early on, at least. That shit's a tough comp.
Have fun. Minions have spawned.
I also think I want to play some Aladdin today. I haven't really played a whole lot of Aladdin in solo, because I feel like it just generally isn't good. Like you just don't have any pressure early on, usually. So I'm just kind of forced to farm for 15 minutes, and I kind of just, I don't know, I'm enjoying having pressure a lot lately. I like having pressure. Might have been too late. I gotta just sit back a bit. Can't take too much poke.
Your middle tower.
Wait for level 3 so I can heal up as well.
Enemy missing. Be careful left. Enemy missing. Be careful. Your right tower is under attack.
I think I lost the creep.
Middle. Left lane. On my way. On my way. Attack. Attack. Chase the enemy. First. Your middle tower is under attack.
Ah, warrior sex. Behind the times a bit.
Anytime. Great shot. Be right back. An ally has been slain.
It's already really tanky as well because of it. Man, Warrior's Axe Jock.
Your right tower is under attack.
feel that this lane is gonna be quite boring. Oh, that's great. That is great. At least I got most of the wave.
Gank left lane.
Stupid of me to jump the wave, I guess.
Attack.
Loki won't be here for blue either, so this is gonna be cooked, man.
Enemy spotted.
An enemy has been slain.
Absolutely fucking cooked.
Be careful. That's too bad. On my way.
Good game.
Help right lane. That's too bad. Completed. Help! On my way.
Loki should be here. It's too fucking late.
It is ready. Okay. Help middle lane. Okay, thanks. Take this jungle buff.
Ultimate is ready.
I don't know what Acne expects. Like, he thinks we're gonna take on Chuck Cupid? Hell no, man.
An enemy has been slain. Okay.
Oh, that shit ain't gonna happen.
An ally has been slain.
Enemy missing right.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack.
I might need to stay. I really don't want to lose more creeps.
Enemy spotted.
Left lane.
Enemy spotted. Enemy spotted.
An ally has been slain. Enemy ultimate down. Completed.
Should have TP'd probably.
Attack. Enemy ultimate down. An ally has been slain. Retreat. Retreat. Killing spree. Your left tower is under attack. Retreat left lane. Retreat left lane. Enemy ultimate down. Attack.
I mean, they still have shell down.
Okay. Your right tower.
So they're diving and they still have shell up for this. I don't fucking believe it, man.
Enemy spotted. Enemy spotted. Enemy spotted.
Isles just didn't do any damage. That's the other problem. Didn't really have anything online yet. But hey, at least I can get my blue buff.
Okay.
Secure this shit.
Attack. Ultimate is
I
ready.
mean, I completely get wanting to fight, but like, we gotta secure our own buffs here. Loki is just not really doing it. But with Chalk just randomly being in left, I can just farm.
Okay.
An ally has been slain. Be careful, right? I will be right back. Enemies in middle lane. Enemy ultimate down. Okay, over and out. Okay. Destroy the right enemy tower.
I mean, that's kind of huge. Getting an early tower like that. He's still same level though, just because he got a kill. I suppose you're probably doing some farm as well though.
Be careful left. Enemies in the left jungle.
Can I kill these? With time for sure.
An ally has been slain. Middle lane. Middle enemies have returned middle. Until the next bloodbath. Your middle tower is under attack.
Enemy missing right. Cancel that.
Rampage.
Don't really want to farm right
Your
now.
middle tower
Or
is
don't
under
really want to
attack.
fight, rather.
An ally has been slain.
I just need someone else to win.
Your
Another
middle
lane somewhere.
tower is under attack. Your middle tower has been destroyed. Spread out. Cancel that.
What's the build? People go poly now? Is that the way to go? I don't know.
An ally has been slain. Killing spree.
Stop dying, please, man. I'm pretty sure I can carry this. I just need a few more items. This is just kind of a classic, like, low elo game, though.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Like, meeting full... What the fuck is he building? Maybe like a tank chalk is not really what I want to deal with either.
On my way. Ultimate is ready. Attack. You have been
I pressed 4! Aw, no way, man. That's bad. That's just stupid. I should not have died. Though I also doubt I would have killed.
Your left tower is under
It's tanky.
Your right tower is under attack.
Dude, I honestly forgot this build. What the fuck do I go third? Doom Orb, maybe? I guess I'll just do Spear. At least I know that's still a good item. Oh well. I guess I'm inting myself at this point. There's no hope.
Your right tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack. Have fun. Gank left lane. Gank left lane.
He's tank though, I don't think he gets the tower. And I do want to TP left as well and help.
An ally has been slain. Your left tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack. Your left tower has been destroyed. Enemy ultimate down. Attack. Attack.
There's just no one is even low. Like, what is happening? We're just running in, dying one by one without literally doing any damage. I don't get it. Oh damn, my team does not. Oh no, man. This might be all day though.
Defeat.
I don't know if this is a result of my elo being too high, but that one is cooked. That one was just completely cooked. It's gotta go again. What a surprise. The dude playing Tank Chuck had a boring time. It's like asking for it if you pick that, man. Almost nothing can fucking deal with a full Tank Chuck. Like, best case scenario against the full Tank Chuck is that you just brawl. But you're not gonna win. Because, like, full Tank Chuck just has so much escapability and sustain. You're just not gonna kill him. If you place it, like, decent. Granted, I fucked up and died for no reason. Dying with ult up as Kali is not ideal. Right. I remember it dying on this boss a few times. I gotta get this over with. Okay. Oh man, there's too much shit on this boss. What is this? And he's gonna fucking jump away too. What? Did I just fucking die? How? My revive went through. Oh. Oh, okay, man. I do think, like, it's good there's some difficulty for this, but I do think this boss is kind of shittily designed. Because you just can't see shit half the time. Because there's just vines, and the lasers coming in a bit later. Like, you just can't see. I don't like bosses with bad visibility. It feels like it's cheap difficulty. My dude, how did I even not get hit by that? What happened? I can't see. That's so bullshit. I hate that. My dude, where am I? Yeah, there it is. And this shit lasts in the ground for a long time too. Like, what? Ain't no way, man. No, I hate that boss. Go away, bots. Right, I just need more sparks. Need some more permanent upgrades. Though I don't know what will help with that boss specifically, because that one just feels like it's ass. I need 2k if I remember correctly, so I'm 300 away. Just gonna go again. Also a surprisingly long queue this time, considering my last one was practically an insta-pop. And that did not feel like it should have been an insta-pop. No, I just tapped out. Why? I don't know why. Shit always does that. This still looks like a fine queue, actually. Hey, Sav. Hope you're having a nice day so far. I mean, if you're leaving that shit open, do we need to ban Kali for banning Aladdin? Is that how this works now? I think I kind of need to. Like, Aladdin and Kali are just the best junglers, right? There's just no question about it. That is how it works. I asked April as well yesterday what he thought, because it seems like people have a very hard time trying to figure out where they want to put Kali in terms of competitive play. Like, how good is she actually? Like, sure, she's good in ranked, but how would she work in competitive? And he pretty much said that like Aladdin and Kali as well are just the best junglers. Which I do see. I think I'm still thinking about it. Like, is she top 2? I'm not too sure. Like, Thor, like tanky Thor is still an absolute fucking menace in the right hands. I don't want to deal with that shit. I would probably rather meet Kali. Like, tanky junglers just still feel like they're so powerful. Ow. Squishy comp. What am I against? I'm gonna be against Uller or Cupid, it seems. That is not. I tapped out. They just loaded me in. Well, fuck me. What a terrible start. I'm definitely dead here. I guess I could be against Zeus. Could be Uller mid. If I'm eating Sav on that Zeus, I'm gonna... I don't know. Okay, thank God. I don't need that right now. I'm not awake enough for that. Also, my bad for starting to enjoy the game. Fuck. I'm stupid. I'm sorry, guys. I'm not awake enough. That's my excuse. I guess I need beats in this game. Oh, it's gonna be clean now. Okay. I want to try a different Hades build in this game. I want to try Helm of Radiance. Probably won't feel that different, but I kind of want to try a hybrid Hades build. I'm a bit tired of always building the same on Hades. Let's try something different. I have not played Hades in a little while though.
Minions have spawned. Enemy spotted.
I doubt he's invading, but that would be
Sorry.
didn't lose a creep though.
Enemy spotted.
I wonder, where did his jungler start then?
I'll attack.
Okay. Enemy missing left. Attack!
Completed. That's a bummer.
No. The waters brim in excitement.
Help!
First blood. Nice job. On my way. An ally has been slain.
A bummer.
Unfortunate. It's trying just to one-shot the wave and fast and get it, but
Your right tower
I can still
is
get
under
rocks at
attack.
least. I do prefer the cooldown though. I think the cooldown is just more valuable. Just overall more useful.
I'll attack right lane. On my way.
An enemy has been slain.
Be careful, left. These, they carry on. On my way.
Your left tower is under attack.
On my way.
Be careful left.
Be careful.
That damage. Hit me. All that damage. Hit me.
These shitty ass creeps.
Your left tower is under attack.
On second thought, I might just go lifesteal first. Maybe get a Realm of Radiance second, but that doesn't even one shot. That's terrible.
Be right back.
Because if I can greed and stick around a bit, I can just get a Bloodbound book early on. Probably just overall way more useful. does have an early trance now, as well. Damn, he had a lot of more. He has a bit more gold than me.
Your middle tower is under attack.
And I missed. Oh well, my weird play kind of worked out anyway.
Ultimate is ready!
Ultimate is down.
Ultimate is down.
Been in worse spots. Ultimate is down.
Enemies have returned to base.
Ultimate is ready.
Enemy missing. Be careful! Enemy missing middle. An ally has been slain.
Help! Thanks. Attack them
Completed.
and cancel that.
Attack the Gold Fury.
Completed.
Group up.
Retreat. Out of mana. An ally has been slain.
It's a little deep there. Twice in a row.
Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Yeah. Nice we got gold though.
An ally has been slain. Your right tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
On my way.
On my way. Be careful, right. Enemy missing middle.
Attack. Right lane.
Okay. Your right tower is under attack. An enemy has been slain. Slain an enemy.
I kind of played that. I don't. My dash didn't want to go off when I pressed it the first time. I was almost really awkward, but I still reached.
Is under
Luckily
attack.
enough. I'll do Helm of Radiance. I do want to try it, and I don't think it's gonna hurt me all that much. And I mean, they literally have 3 ADCs. If this isn't the game to try it, I don't know what is.
middle tower has been destroyed. Your middle tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack.
Man, if I got that dash off as well, that sucks. Aw, man. I didn't expect the whole fucking squad to roll up like that. That's on me. But at least I do feel tanky. I just now need to figure out how I want to build the rest. Probably just get an early poly, even though it might not be worth it yet. Aw.
Okay, let's get
Hello, Hansen.
An enemy has been slain.
The waters brim in excitement.
You rock.
Thanks.
Alright, now he has a level on me.
Your team has destroyed a right enemy tower.
Right back. You're the illest.
okay. I'll attack middle lane.
An ally has been slain. The heat bears down upon you.
I don't even know what to say. I just don't want to fight. I feel like we can't fight them. No matter what we do, we're losing, I guess. I feel like I'm doing so much damage in these fights. And it just doesn't matter. Like, either way, a one-man down or... I don't know. I'm not really sure what the problem is in this one.
Okay,
Your left tower
way to be
is
a
under
leader.
attack.
It definitely does feel like Ra isn't ever on the left side when we're fighting. Barely, actually Zeus is neither, so I can't really blame anyone for that. I don't know, Subik just fucks me over.
Gold Fury,
I could have beat the plug, but I'm pretty sure I would have died regardless.
please.
Especially if Zeus was on the way too. If Blue is up, that feels like bait.
Ultimate is ready. Group up.
Man, why does this smell like a trap?
Please. Oh, hello there.
Enemy missing left.
The trap is them being on gold.
Killing spree. On my way.
Illest.
Dude, why is no one helping? What's happening? Why are we just killing the Uller that's jumping on me, man? What are we doing? He literally just jumps me. I even fucking dashed to them in the beginning.
Has been slain.
What is happening? I did fuck my ult a little bit, I would say, though. Ah, stuff's being missed. I kind of fucked my ult in the, like trying to just quickly one-shot the Jingwei, and he was just 1 HP. Didn't have the... I mean, actually kind of Helm of Radiance diff right there. If I had something else with more power, I would have killed her. Still though, I'm surprised Uller jumped me like 3 times that fight and no one went on him at all. Not even one person. Tried to.
Your right tower.
Survived for so long.
Your right tower has been destroyed.
I don't know what to do, we just feel like we're losing everywhere. Like yeah, whatever. Doesn't matter. I need to lose some SR anyway. It's for the better. Oh, that's just fantastic, isn't it? I mean, boys, what are we doing here? I can't play the game this game. Yeah, I mean, Duo just lost so hard, it feels like, that Sobek doesn't even need to use any logic to do whatever he does.
Way to be a leader.
Enemy team.
And, like, Bellona has absolutely negative pressure in jungle. Because it's Bellona. I guess he's playing it fine, but he's fucking Bellona. The fuck is he gonna do?
Damage. Hit me.
I don't know. I guess I need to ban Sobek.
Destroyed the pyramid.
Maybe this is actually on me. Maybe the mistake was leaving Sobek open. But, like, equally to that, I don't know why we picked Umoja into it. Oh well. I'm playing Hades, there's always a chance. I just need farm. How's Uller 1 and fucking 5-1, man? What happened?
An ally has been slain.
Yes.
Your right tower is under attack. Your right tower has been destroyed. Your right Phoenix is under attack.
Oh, nice beat, man. Holy shit.
Your right Phoenix is under attack.
I don't know, man. Bellona is just kind of in mid, though. I feel like that actually wasn't that bad. Gave us a lot of room to work with, but it doesn't matter.
Bears down upon you. Bathe in the glow.
Wasn't even that bad of an ult either. I got at least 1 carry stuck in it. Yeah.
An ally has been slain. Your
Better
middle
work,
tower is under attack.
But I think Bellona's just trolling at this point. She just refuses to group and do anything. So I don't really think we have a chance to fight back anymore.
Your middle tower has been destroyed.
I mean, we'd be chasing fucking Uller. Dagger Uller.
Your middle
It doesn't matter, man.
Your middle Phoenix has been destroyed.
This might be the team today. I won't play 2 games though, but we somehow have less teamwork than my last team did, which is very, very, very impressive. I'm trying to just look for a good ult here, but we're running away from the Zeus. Like people, whatever. It doesn't matter.
You guys are not playing the game. That's what I'm gonna say. This comp we picked is dog shit. We have 0 CC. Like, how are we supposed to ever kill anyone when we have Yemoja stun or Hades to do CC? Sure thing, 3 and 6 Bologna jungle with double defense. Yeah, I'm gonna keep farming because you take brain rot fights on that blue buff.
Defeat.
Yeah, you are lost. I think more than one person was a bit lost on this one, to be fair. I think they're both right. I definitely think there are cases where Kami definitely should have rotated. I also think Bologna took some really dumb fights. He really did. Bologna died, like went in on like red, like I don't know, in a 3v1 or something like that when we had wards on them too. Like he knew it was a 3v1, and he still went in there. So I don't know. Definitely an interesting one. Like not even overall bad players, just absolutely like some of the worst team play I've seen in ranked in a while. Jet Scepter and Zeus. Jet Scepter has been coming around a few times recently. It is nice for self-peeling and maybe some setup. If you have people who are crazy like Sav, they will use it to raw snipe. You just do your own setup. Dude, that shit's gonna be kind of crazy when Thoth comes around. I can already see it. Thoth is gonna be fucking terrible to deal with in Smite 2. Assuming he isn't just dog shit and does 0 damage. I'm looking forward to Thoth. He's probably one of my favorite mages. I tend to really enjoy the full-on skill shot mages. Like, oh, I love Ra as well. That shit's fun. It just is so rewarding when you play it well. But for some reason I don't like Ullr that much. He's alright though. I don't hate playing him. Ow. Every time I do this, it's never worth it. I lose way too much momentum. Let me ban first. Do I just ban this Sopek this time? Because apparently that's not a fun thing to deal with. Let's get Sopek out.
Select your god.
I just don't know what to play, to be honest. Do I just pick Bracken? I don't want to deal with it. If they get Aladdin and Bracken, I'm just gonna unalive myself in Minecraft. Damn it. These fucking branches. It's gonna be Odin, Cabrakan, Soul in here. It's gonna be so boring. This is why I don't want to play tanks at the moment. It's so boring, man. Only tank I'll play is Mordred because I just really like playing Mordred, but I regret every time I lock in Cabrakan. Shit's so boring. It's okay, we have Cleano. Surely we can win this. Sav, no. No, Sav. You aren't playing the Odin, right? You wouldn't do this to me. I mean, it's probably just doing the Aladdin, right? And you wouldn't be solo with that, though. You would be mid. Still, that's probably even more scary, though. I actually kind of rather you play the Odin. At least you're less of a threat to my team if you play the Odin than the Aladdin. You don't play solo? Fair enough. Understandable. It is definitely in its worst state at the moment than it's been in all of Smite 2's history. I also kind of need to force myself to just pick things. It's just so boring because a lot of the time, if I pick something quote-unquote fun, I meet something very unfun in Cabrakan as well as Odin and all that shit. And then it's just not gonna be fun, because I can't play the game. I hate it. It is definitely the most boring solo has been. And do I really need to go shell this game? Because I probably do. Otherwise I might just be a snack. But if I don't have Sundry, it's gonna feel so much worse, man. Maybe I just go for a helmet later. Or a helm of, what is it, Helm of Darkness. Might just have to do that, actually. It's not even that bad anymore, I feel like. Actually kind of a decent item now that all the protection have been nerfed. Like 20, 25 is pretty decent. It's more than Prit one. Like all the split protection items don't have a whole lot of stuff.
So much enthusiasm.
Excellent.
May you find joy in the time you have left. Yes.
That's too bad. Have fun. Minions have spawned.
Yeah, dueling is Gap Merlin, you're right. I have faith, alright? I have faith. It's just not a lot of faith. But it's there somewhere.
Astounding.
Dark, deadly, and undeniably awesome.
I might have been too late. Nope,
Woohoo!
I'm good.
Yay! So much enthusiasm.
I'm against Mulan? Dude, actually, this is great. This lane's gonna be great. Wait a minute. I'm against Mulan.
Completed.
I can play the game then. I'm not against Odin. Thank God I didn't go shell. Do we even need blue? I have bluestone. And it's just the mana region at this early in the game, so... I'm not actually sure I even need blue buff. Not picking up is gonna be worse. I would imagine that he's gonna back, being that low on HP. Makes sense. He also went axe, so he's just gonna be tanky as fuck.
Be careful, enemy missing right. Enemy missing right.
Okay.
Enemies have returned. It will only be a momentary inconvenience.
First blood. Curses.
I still honestly wish you could see the time on this. I kinda hate that you can't anymore.
Enemy missing. Be careful.
My style. Balance is over.
Your left tower is under attack.
It's lights out for you.
Just no damage.
It's all I need.
We got the loop overall though, so still won the trade. Nope, never mind. They cut ours. Cancel
Enemy
that.
missing right.
Just even tanks smacking tanks. Tig stille. I think my neighbors are hammering it, putting stuff up on their walls. The dog doesn't like it. How long can I stick around? Can I really stick around for 400 more gold? Or is that greedy? I think it might be greedy. But I'm gonna do it.
Enemies in the left jungle.
Yeah, be careful right.
Just make sure that Odin doesn't have a chance to
Your
gank me
middle
as well.
tower is under attack.
On my way.
Be right back.
On my way. The scales. Deadly and undeniably
Yeah, I mean,
awesome.
not really sure what the idea is, to be honest.
Tower is under attack. An ally has been slain.
I don't see us winning this early trade on an Odin Mulan
Double kill.
as a nemesis specifically. Maybe we can bait with aspect, but he doesn't have aspect.
Your right tower
Though it's
is
good that he
under
doesn't have
attack.
aspect.
To the depths of the
Sorry.
void.
Completed.
Well, there's also kind of my punishment for not just backing early when I should have. I could have backed earlier though, it's just that fight that Nemesis wanted to take, which is not good. Or one was just in time for that. Would have liked to back before any fighting.
Enemy missing left.
Enemy missing right. Be careful middle.
An ally has been slain. That's too bad. Rampage.
Hi,
Let's see.
I guess.
Sav on a rampage. Ooh.
Your middle tower is under attack. The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
One strike is all I need. Let me tip the scale.
Enemy missing left.
Enemy spotted.
Let's see if Odin's on my blue again. Oh, might actually get a blue buff this time.
Go back over, Papa, and tell them to send a worthy opponent. There's no way out. You have this. Okay.
Oh, we're doing red!
The Pyromancer.
I did kind of run the wrong way. For some reason, I didn't expect Mulan to chase me that far.
Ultimate down.
Fuck me, man. Dude, what is that? I mean, what did you expect? I don't even know who this Winter guy is, but he seems like he shouldn't be in these games. Is that wrong to say? He seems so lost and confused. He was the same jungler I had last game.
Your right tower is under attack.
I mean, what do you expect, man? I don't know who you are. I don't have a name to associate you with. You just seem confused. And when you start losing, you start, like, not wanting to team fight and stuff. I don't know how else you would take someone like that. I'm just telling what I see. It's nothing personal, I'm just purely stating what I'm seeing. The jungle is deity? Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's bad. Like, I'm just saying what I'm seeing on my screen.
An ally has been slain.
May
Your
you
right
find
tower
joy
is
I'll see if I can start
under
rotating a bit more.
Okay. Okay.
Double
Okay.
kill.
Okay.
You have slain an enemy.
Couldn't get the cripple in time. Unfortunate.
Your right tower is
Got the
under
Odin at
attack.
least.
Your left tower is
I don't know what I can actually build here to make a difference. Guess I'll do Shield Splitter, actually. That might make a difference into an Odin.
Your left tower is under attack.
Let's settle this Valentine. Mine. Let me.
I think we do have a chance to win this game, but we do need mid-game. And we need at least one good, like, lucky fight. We can't rely on them screwing up. Making a mistake, so we can take advantage of it. Because while I do think our combo is a bit weird, I do think we have good late game team fighting. Like, Kebra can get frontlining. The 3 carries like this. It's actually kind of clean.
An ally has been slain. An ally has been slain. Your right tower is under attack. Your right tower has been destroyed. On my way. An enemy has been slain.
My stuff.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Just Odin, I guess, man. I gotta get the Helm of Radiance. I just can't get out of the ring. I can survive for so long, but it's exactly not long enough.
An ally has been slain. Your left
What am I seeing, Cleano? What was that?
Let's.
I get it. I don't mind surrendering this either. I'll just let my team decide. I'll play it if they want to play it, and we'll surrender if they want to surrender.
Your left tower is under attack.
I do think they have a little too much duo pressure again as well. But that was to be expected with a Geb Merlin duo lane. Yeah, actually zero pressure with his duo lane.
Your left tower is
let's get out. Close one. We go again.
Of the void.
I mean, it wasn't actually was the plan just losing today, but so far that is the case. But I do need to. My SR is so bloated. I've had a bunch of combined luck and just, I guess, well played out games. I've been pretty lucky with winning lately, so I don't think the leaderboard even works. But at least I can tell on tracker. Oh, it does work now. Yeah, I'm in the top 10. Like this should not be the thing. I don't think I'm nowhere near as good to be top 10. Hey, just do what you gotta do, man. Yeah, it's alright, man. I forgive you. I hope you can forgive mine. I actually win more when I just play what I want to play. I just stop picking for, like, winning. Lenient bow is cheese. I could see it. But at the same time, I feel like, especially if you're building on something like an Odin, it will, like, it's gonna be good early, but, like, building it going into late game is gonna feel like ass, right? But this is a huge power spike. Like 30% attack speed as well, with the active on top of it. Just for early rushing, yeah. It makes sense. I could definitely see it being good early on once you get it. But I think there's a lot of items like that. Like, a lot of people may not like this item very much, but I love Serrated for the same reason. Serrated is such a big power spike because of the passive. If you're building this shit on someone like Chalk or like Achilles or something like that, where you generally spam out your abilities like early and then you start fighting, I think this item is great. It gives you so much power, as well as lifesteal. So if you fight with those 3 stacks on top of you, like you should not be losing any fights once you finish this item. But this item just overall, like going through into mid and late game, just isn't as much value as some other items. But I like it. I think it's cool. Yeah, Sav running the queues as usual. Dude, there's no way. Did you guys queue? Am I against all of you? Surely not. Aladdin is too fun, he is. I actually wanted to play him more today as well, but if I try to leave him open, people will pick him. I have to be first pick to get this shit. I'll get Sopic out again though. That's a bot's mid ankle. Go for it, man. I'm sure it will work out. If you need to leave, Pain, that's alright. I won't fault you for it. If you're being serious, then yeah, I mean, obviously go to your family. If you're not being serious, I'm banning Odin. But do what you gotta do, man.
Select your god.
I mean, this is kind of some horseshit, though, isn't it? Oh well. At least Pain can go to his family now. Without having to dodge, right? If I see him in the next queue, I'm gonna be real disappointed. Now I won't get a queue. I'm gonna sit there fucking 6 minutes. It's fine, I can play haste then. I see this as a win. Yo, Saf, did you actually start playing Oblivion too? I know you were excited for it. I've been playing a little bit, but I've been so busy with Expedition 33 as well, which has taken priority for me. Oh, shit. Haven't started yet? Fair enough. Yeah, it's a big commitment. Shit's fucking big. Yeah, Expedition 33 is absolute peak. It's actually insane how good it is. Like with everything they had shown, I obviously like wanted to be a bit, cautious because it looked too good to be true. Shit actually is that good. It's crazy. Hey, Luna can have me. Yes, agreed. Anywhere, anytime. Call me up. Thai OST is on Spotify. Yes, and it's 8 hours long. It's just crazy. Like 30 people made this. Like people were shitting on Ubisoft, but I don't think like this is made by ex-Ubisoft developers. So, I mean, they used to make good stuff. But like, I also think a lot of the issues with developers as a whole, like in the AAA industry, is that the top people want something that the developers aren't necessarily passionate about. So this is what you can really do if you're passionate about a project that you really want to just put your all into. Like this is the difference. Usually it's not because developers are bad. It's because the fucking executives and motherfuckers at the top want you to make shit that you don't want to make. That's when it becomes just a job. Like this is passion. Like Expedition 33 is a fucking passion project. It's crazy. I love it. Flying water from the ground. Yeah, I don't know the names of the songs yet. I'll listen to all of them. Wait, what the fuck did I decline? I'll listen to all of it after. I want to like experience them in the game when they show up. So far, I do have some favorites. Like I think all of them have been good so far. There's not a track where I've been like, I don't want to listen to this anymore. They're all great. We rarely found where each song is played. That's crazy. Dude, the game's been out for like a few days. Some people gotta chill a bit, man. It's been like 2023 has been crazy for me so far. Like Kazan as well was awesome, and that was also made by not like I guess, but I actually don't know if it was a small development team, but like they had some big backing. But that shit was also fucking awesome. I love playing Kazan. Like that was my game of the year, but I'm pretty sure my game of the year is now Expedition 33. That shit's so fucking good. Mail is broken. I think there's a few other characters that are quite broken. As long as you put into the right stats, for sure. I have seen people with Mael though. I went in a very different direction with my build on Mael. I just went full defense. Like she's my Mael is broken in a different way. Because I found a perk or a forgot what they're called actually now, but like essentially the perks that you can put on where she cannot be healed, but she overall takes 50% less damage. And then I just built her full into defense. She takes 0 damage. It's so broken. She can literally not die. She takes so little damage that she's just my final line of defense. If I fuck up and I can't lose. She's so broken in like if you keep her in her defense stance as well on top of that. Like there's so many fun ways you could just break your characters. It's super cool. I don't actually know. Whoops. The only crit character I have so far is Lune. This is the only one I went crit with. So I haven't done too much of it. And while I've been playing it a decent amount, I'm not that far into it. I'm maybe like 10 or 15 hours into the game. So I haven't gotten to the point where I feel like I'm fully breaking the characters yet. I think outside of Mael, who already feels super broken to me because of how much defense I have on her. Not the Vine map. Shit. No, stop tapping me out. Stupid game. Oh, this map is so bad. It's banned. I mean, I have to ban the usual two assholes, don't I? Damn it. Now that I have this high SR, Saf, I will never be on your team again. Because I'm just forced to be against you now. Yeah, I don't really know either. I don't even know what to play. What the hell do I play? I want to play something safe. But I can't play something that's fun and safe.
Select your god.
I'm actually just on such a... I mean, it's been like this for a while. I love playing Smite, but I don't know what to play in Smite. I need something new. The last few gods haven't done anything for me. Kali was more fun than I expected, but she's still just not at the top of my list of fun gods. But she was more fun than I expected. Oh my fucking god, man. Alright, I'm just dead. Mordred. I mean, sure. No, the Mordred man. Playing Mordred again? Not a big surprise, I'm not gonna lie to you. Not the best present I've gotten, but you know what? It could have been worse. You could have picked me shit like Geb. Actually, I think Geb would have been more fun, now that I think about it. Yeah, no, you fucked it up, Klino. I'm just sad. I do love the Mordred. Well, Saf, if this Mordred spirals out of control, you can blame Klino now, alright? I didn't pick it. Yeah, bots versus Kali, the legendary mid laner. Mid lane matchup. Known since season 0 of Smite. actually could have been a thing. They were both a thing back then, even though bots was technically Wukong back then. Alright, who else you got? Scratch 2. You got Calmer again.
I require one of everything.
Of everything. Thor, ti stille. Can't focus when the dog keeps barking. He's not even really barking, he's just like whisper barking, I guess. So I can just slightly hear it outside of my right ear.
Seriously, I'm the best.
Doesn't like the knocking and the banging on the walls from the neighbors. I need them to release Vamana. Dude, Vamana is gonna be like the 100th god or some shit in the game. It's gonna be so long. Iris. Dude, the game's gonna die before he comes out. Hopefully not, but that would actually just make me so sad.
Minions have spawned.
I kind of fucked that up because he got aggro. Then the minions just fucking run side to side. You don't want your minions? I think you should go for the minions.
Be careful, middle! Be careful, right! Be careful, right!
That was just not well aimed.
Enemy missing!
He doesn't have any more pots, so I just have an automatic advantage here.
First, I was supposed
I'm
to be
excited. Complete
immortal.
You killed
I
me.
am amazed. An ally has been slain. Have fun. No, right leg. An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
No problem. Zip it! Or feel the burn. Sorry.
Okay.
That's one creep.
slain. Enemy missing left.
Really wanted to invade, but I just don't know where the jungler is.
An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain.
We both didn't have Sunder for a few seconds. We used it at the same time before.
Enemy ultimate down.
I want him to dash.
Slain an enemy.
Immortal.
You killed it.
Thanks.
Gank right lane.
On my way.
Ultimate is down.
Ain't no way we don't actually get her for that.
Completed.
Your middle tower is under
Enemy
attack.
middle.
Keep up.
I'll defend middle lane. Thanks. Completed.
Your left tower is under attack. Centuries of waiting.
That's wild that they actually both get out of that.
On my way.
That is insane.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Unfortunate that Zeus was only level 5 at the time.
Your right tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack. Enemy missing left.
I just lost the full wave for that.
I'll gain middle lane. Attack.
Okay.
An enemy has been slain. Your right tower is under attack. An ally has been slain. Are you ready? An ally has been slain. Killing spree.
Woohoo.
Your middle tower is under attack. An ally has been slain.
Unfortunate that she was 1 HP after my
Your
4.
middle tower is under attack.
Completed.
Oh well.
Your right tower is under attack.
That's unfortunate. I was trying to catch him after the dash.
An ally has been slain.
Complete it.
You have slain an enemy. The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Just back, in case they end up rotating to me. Or TPing, I should say.
Your right tower is under attack.
Yo, I just need Zeus to chill and right. You just can't fall too far behind.
Enemies in left lane.
Gate.
End you. Enemy ultimate down.
That sucks. If it gets Asano, that's great, but I was hoping I could, I guess, bait him long enough to stick around and survive.
The enemy team has destroyed the Pyramid. Your middle tower is under
If only Poseidon would rotate for that. Could have been pretty nice.
Your right tower is under attack. An enemy has been slain.
Enemy missing left.
I'm excited.
Well done indeed. Attack middle lane. End you.
Your right tower is under attack. Your team has destroyed a middle enemy tower.
No problem.
Attack right
I'm thinking he should be dead. I don't think I need to rotate for that. Seems like overkill.
Complete it.
Enemies incoming right.
Watch yourself. Shut down.
I've been slacking on rocks this game.
Enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain. Double kill.
Complete it.
That shit fucking slows for a long ass time.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Enemy ultimate down. Centuries of waiting.
Pot's coming in hot.
Be denied life.
Chalice saved my life.
The golden highway.
Didn't realize Achilles rotated. Actually just got a double kill. He's still gonna be 2 levels behind though.
On my way, right lane. An ally has been slain.
On my way. On my way.
Dude, they're full HP.
Slay an enemy.
That sucks, man. Just heals too much. Dude, I do wish we had an actual assassin in the jungle though, because I feel like so many of these kills are just so easy for us to get. We just can't chase them with Poseidon. He does have some good damage though.
Your right tower is under attack.
Wait, I just realized. No. They're full physical, except for Bacchus. What am I doing?
Okay.
Going Void Shield.
Shut down. An ally has been slain. Your left tower is under attack. Killing spree.
I'm surprised at how much damage this Asano has still been doing to me,
Yes.
despite everything.
Be careful in the jungle.
Behind us. Gang.
Hit and stun, man. Hit a fucking stun.
What? He just beats.
Beats down, brother.
He beat in front of me. What do you mean he's down? He was beats me there, like he's.
Yeah.
Don't want to rotate again. I'm just gonna die every single time.
Nate.
my way. I am amazed.
You killed it.
I will have you eternally by my side. Yes.
Your right tower has been destroyed. Your right tower is under attack. Your team has destroyed the left enemy tower.
Bye.
Enemies in left
Until
lane.
next time.
Completed.
Any news when ranked is resetting? I'm not sure actually. I don't think so. Because there is next. I mean, they're probably working on an actual ranked system. Because right now, like deity and demigod are just one and the same as well. I'm not sure. Currently, not know. I don't really know what their plan is for it or when.
Sinister
Hopefully soon though. Would be nice to have something. Just do a Helm of Radiance. Fuck it. Get some damage as well as some defense. And if I just need pure physical defense, I mean that's probably one of the best items to go.
Be careful, right. Enemy missing.
Enemy spotted.
I can take the heat.
Enemy
The pyro has arrived.
Attack right lane.
Very surprised they just went on me there.
I'm excited.
Luckily, Sav went on a god where it's gonna take him some time, or at least it's gonna make it harder for him to carry with it. So thank you, Sav. Otherwise, we would have been cooked, probably. Zeus was definitely struggling a bit this game. I don't understand why, but I do think part of it was his build. I'm not sure why he went with this build. My dude had no damage. That's why I had to log in the Mordred. Yeah, I mean he is fun. I do enjoy playing him when I play him. I gotta play something else. Excuse me, something else. You know, I can't keep playing the one god I can play. I'll never get better. Yeah, it's just refuse to trade ADC and play like this. It's definitely an interesting choice. Oh right, it's the boss again. Ugh. No, the lasers are just too much. Wait, was that shard failed? Shit, I guess I died twice earlier in this shard. Well, that was fucking short-lived. Alright, whatever. Now I can buy the upgrade at least. And I'm not trying the game. My bad. Don't worry, all I did was dying. Just like when I play Smite. Sav is really good. Like I've said it before, and I mean it's gonna be so weird when Sav is listening to it himself, but I do think Sav is the best player in Smite 2 at the moment. Like multi-role talent, and doesn't matter where he really goes, he's just always gonna perform at the highest level. Paid chatter. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, give him an extra life. Like that shit's gonna be so useful. Actually, I haven't seen Sav go ADC, I think. But maybe that's it. Like, it's not like it would be hard. Like, you just play Uller or some shit. You can play the same shit in mid. Oh, it's this fucking black and white level again. I'm gonna need him to nerf Bari soon, because I actually kind of want Bari to be involved in the games more. She's just too powerful. Bari's ass. I can see why you would say that. My main issue with her is how easy it is to just keep the control that she has. Like, she has so many ways of just poking the shit out of you. I agree with you in a way that if you have a team that knows how to capitalize on a low mobility god, I think she's in. Like, it was like when Zeus was broken, right? You can still just go on them and kill them. But I don't think it's as easy as it sounds, always. There's just that chance that they will fucking one-shot you. And you're gonna hate your life for it. That's my issue with it. I haven't played Thor in a little while. I'll do a Thor game. Just like with an Afro. Okay, and now you lost me. I think Afro is disgustingly broken. I hate dealing with Aphrodite. But I think it's for the same reason. I hate gods that just accelerate snowballing. And she does that so well. Because she just sticks to whoever gets fed, and they're just even more impossible to deal with. But like, if you can, if you can get a lead against them, yeah, sure, they're fine. But I just think that threat of them being, like, nearly unstoppable in the right hands when they get fed is just, it's too hard. We actually do need Ganesh in the game just so we can have a counter to Sopek. Dude, where's the elephant? Give him an actual nice tank aspect. I'll play the shit out of him. I love playing Ganesh, but that's just ass in solo. His ultimate is just so much fun. It has so much potential to be a nice damaging thing. But it's just wasted on support. I want to use that shit in solo. Oh, it's this one. The chicken thing. I gotta grab chickens. While the fucking Eye of Sauron is trying to yoink me. I have aspect, right? Okay, I do. Thank God. Bologna. Alright. Dude, why do you guys feel so stacked?
That should help.
Also, who is gooning for Noir? It has to be an alt. Who name changed? It's Merca? Okay. The famous Merca support. Alright. Nah. Dude, I was hoping it was gonna be the bots mid again. Man, we're just gonna have a slapfest in solo, aren't we?
Minions have spawned.
Do go shield splitter first. I don't know if this is a mystical mail game. I don't know how well I can stick to anyone. Like, it's just gonna be Vulcan.
Sorry.
I hesitated.
Well,
Now I'm late.
sucked.
Come on and hit me!
Wow, no, no, we're not. Really? We're zoning, eh?
Hit me!
Your middle tower is under
Alright,
attack.
man.
Careful, right?
Alright, Clino. Oh my, auto miss.
Your left tower is under attack.
Okay.
I just need to chill until probably a full item.
Enemy missing. Be Be careful, right? Well, that sucked. Enemies in left lane. Falling back.
Might have just denied myself a bunch of creeps there. No way, man. We're really gonna zone? Damn. I stopped zoning in rain because it feels so cheesy.
Your left tower is under attack.
Hey, BBS, thank you for the raid, man. Hope you had a good stream.
Follow me. Your left tower is under attack. First, enemies incoming middle. An ally has been slain.
Good luck.
I'm actually not sure where the XP really came from. Yeah, welcome, Raiders. Did he get a kill? Just an assist. Yeah, I fucked it up.
Your left tower is under attack. Double kill.
I think it's cooked anyway, though.
Tower is under attack. Your right tower.
Whatever happened in mid is just not good. And damn, we're missing everything. I feel like this one, though, from the very beginning is just super stacked. We're not winning this one. I don't even know who this guy is.
Your left tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack. Enemy missing left. An ally has been slain.
So big player inside. Yeah, it's Merca. There's just too much stuff to ban right now. I feel like no matter what I ban, I always end up giving something away. And since we didn't pick... Oh, actually, no, we did pick the Cabrakan, so we do have the Cabrakan, but... I don't know, so big and rank just seems to have a lot more pressure. My dueling just 2 times today, I've just gotten completely wrecked into Sobek.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Enemy missing right.
Enemy missing left. An enemy has been slain. Killing spree.
Retreat.
We need wards.
Let's see if I can... Oh. I had to try. Had to land fast. I was hoping if he went backwards, that Herc could hopefully pick up on him, but never mind.
Enemy missing left.
I just took my blue buff. I did sacrifice my blue for this, but I also didn't expect to be able to get it.
Okay. been slain. Killing spree.
Please.
Yes. Fine.
It's a surrender angle. Why did I do that?
Killing.
Yeah, script.
An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
I don't know why I hammered.
Middle tower.
I was hoping to bait out the ult, I guess. I'm not really sure why my mind went into that. I think I've already surrendered in my mind.
Under attack. Shut down.
But if we also kill Sav here, my team won't want to surrender.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I am very far behind in my lane now, after that. I need to just farm.
Your left tower is under attack.
I've actually trolled this game. The fuck have I done?
Enemy missing left.
Only way for me to get back into this game is if I get a kill somehow. A big one. There's also a chance if he rotates and gets nothing while I just farm.
Group up. Defend the Gold Fury. Completed.
An ally has been slain.
Ward right.
Enemy spotted. Your right tower is under attack.
You just gotta take it one
Enemy
bag at a
spotted.
time. Retreat.
Enemies at the Gold Fury.
I'm on it.
Your left tower is under attack. Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
On my way.
An ally has been slain. An ally has been slain. Your left tower is under attack. Shut down.
Unfortunate. Any rotation there and he just dies, but the whole team's dead, so doesn't matter.
On my way. An ally has been slain.
I'll just go Mystical Mail after all. At least that will have some kind of steady income of damage. Outcome.
Your middle
Sudden
tower
Sobek, Kali, Bari, Aladdin, Thor, Bracken, Afro. Yeah, it's just there's a lot of shit to ban, man. It's too much. The only good part about that is that at least every role has like some kind of OP god, except for ADC. ADC does not. Actually, that's not true. Bari is there, but yeah, I mean, I guess every role has something that they can kind of aim for if they're first pick. I do think that part's pretty cool. But there is just too much shit that is just, in the right hands, impossible to deal with, almost. And that is not very fun. Maybe I'm weird, but I still don't like Prophetic. I see a lot of people do it. Prophetic just doesn't feel good to me.
Be careful left. Be careful left.
Retreat middle lane.
An ally has been slain. An ally has been slain.
I kind of want want to hammer the wave. Oops. Wrong button.
Ally has been slain.
That's enough.
Your left tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack.
Still though, I mean, why haven't we actually surrendered yet? I don't think we have a single chance of winning this game.
Your right tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack. On my way.
He wants this tower. I'll just give it to him. He also might just want to keep me for blue buff.
Be careful.
Attack! Right lane!
Which is fair. I was gonna give this shit up anyway.
Follow me. An enemy has been slain. Rampage. Shut down. Double kill.
Ah, well.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury. The enemy team has destroyed the Pyram. Your left tower has been destroyed. Left tower is under attack.
I actually do need some cooldown. I don't know why I'm not building more cooldown.
Falling back.
Yeah, I gotta get Pridwin. Fuck, my cooldown is just gonna be on really late, but right now I kind of want to prioritize being a bit tanky.
Right back!
Your right tower is under attack.
Cancel that. We need wards.
Hey, Emperor. What's up, man?
I'll attack right lane.
Yes. Ultimate is ready.
Have you been playing? Or have you been playing something else? I never see you in the queue. So, I wouldn't know.
Your right tower is under attack. Killing spree. Enemy missing left. Be careful. Group up. On my way. Shut down. You have slain an enemy.
That's enough. Be careful.
It's not really a fight where we're gonna win.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Defend! Be
Group up. Sure. Gank left lane. Group up. Behind us. Be careful.
I'll never get a blue buff this game.
Your right tower is under attack. Your team has destroyed a middle enemy tower. Your right tower is under attack. Your right tower has been destroyed.
Group effigy.
Giant.
Enemy spotted! Be careful! Enemy missing left.
Enemy missing right. Toward the fire giant. Attack!
Enemies incoming right. You run. An ally has been slain. Ball. Attack fire giant.
Sobek went back.
Yes.
I didn't mean to say you rock. Now I sound like an asshole.
I'm a defend. Needs to attack the fire giant. Can you not take 2 hours?
Your team has destroyed the pyramid. Your team has destroyed the right enemy tower. Your middle tower is under attack. You have slain an enemy. Your right tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack. An ally has been slain. Killing spree. Double kill. Killing spree. Your middle
Just no
tower
fucking
is
mana.
under attack.
No health.
A warrior's tool. Gank. On my way.
Kinda want some damage at this point.
Enemies in left lane.
Enemy spotted. Completed.
I'll defend.
Toward the fire giant. Be right back.
Enemy missing left.
Enemies in right lane. Attack!
We
right
need
lane.
wards. On my way.
2 right.
Be careful.
On my way.
Be careful.
Completed. Attack! Defend the fire giant. Okay. Attack! Right back.
Enemy spotted. Right tower is under attack.
I just don't do any damage. Full tank Thor.
Be careful. Your team has destroyed the gold.
All three coming. They're coming. Get out.
Your middle tower is under attack. Shut down.
I mean, Perk just isn't hitting anything, unfortunately.
An ally has been slain.
Have fun.
Retreat.
And I do no damage, so I'm gonna see if I can
Middle tower has been destroyed.
help that aspect a little bit.
Your middle tower is under attack.
It's unfortunate we didn't get Vulcan there. Perk just needed to hit something.
The fire giant.
Enemies at the fire giant. On my way. Ultimate is ready. Enemy spotted. An ally has been slain.
Cabra, you need to help.
An ally has been slain.
Oh, hello there.
Your left tower is under attack.
It's my jam.
Damn. Thought if only my Sunder was up, that would have been nice. Don't die for this, guys.
Your left phoenix has been destroyed. Your middle phoenix is under attack. Your titan is under attack. An enemy has been slain.
Fucking. Well me in harder, please.
Beware the shifting sands.
On my way.
Retreat. An ally has been slain. Falling back. My father's beard. That was close.
At least I can be bait for the majority of it. Just have our carriers do their thing.
Enemies at the Gold Fury. Defend left lane.
Be careful. Be careful. I'll defend left lane. The enemy team has destroyed the gold Fury. On my way.
Attack.
Okay, gotta see if I can make it in time.
Killing spree.
Let me make it.
An enemy has been slain.
Okay, man. Where is everyone else? No, man. We just can't deal with Bologna. Is that it? We cannot kill the single Bologna as 3 people? While I'm dealing with Butts and Hunter? Man. Why? Butts coming in was so annoying too, though. Butts. Old. It's unfortunate timing.
Retreat!
Yes. Your right tower is under attack.
Probably might need Nemean. At least would help if I'm gonna sit on her. Because he does damage. It's either that or I just go into Spectral.
Your right tower is under attack.
Because he just crits me to death. Spectral's probably just overall more useful, just for the rest of my team as well. But I won't have that for a little while. Because I will definitely finish my starter first. I should have gone Spectral if I realized it's instead of Void Shield. Just forgot. It's so rarely useful.
On my way.
Or at least has been very rarely useful in the past. So I just kind of forget that that's an item sometimes.
Fire giant.
I had an inkling, which is why I warded. But they have Sopic, so yeah. That's gonna happen.
Falling back.
Fire giant.
I should have tried to
should
bait
keep
it
it up,
first.
to be fair.
Enemy missing left.
Oh, that sucks. I'm the best way we have of stealing this. With Sunder.
The enemy team has destroyed
Just get out.
the fire giant.
Fucking bushes, man. Fucking bushes. I don't understand why some people hate them. I think they're all right addition. I just hate the way they're placed. And I think most of them are too big.
Be careful.
But I do think the bushes are a good idea for the game. Right there, though, I kinda hated them. Sometimes I hate them.
Your middle phoenix is under attack. Your middle phoenix has been destroyed. Your left phoenix is under attack. An ally has been slain. Attack! Your left phoenix has been destroyed. Your left phoenix is under attack. An ally has been slain. Your titan is under attack.
Oh well. Bologna just controlled a bit too much. Like, we just couldn't really deal with her, it felt like. We don't have an actual good way of dealing with her, I feel like. And they just have a comp that can really back her up well. Like, bots going in with the ultimates, Sobek's just creating a lot of space. There's always someone getting plugged, which is unfortunate. But yeah, I hate being second pick right now, because I feel like I'm always giving something away. I knew they had Sav, so I'm not going to give away the Aladdin and the Bari, depending on what people wanted to play, and I'm definitely not. Like, Kali is also something I want to ban sometimes, because in the right hands, that shit is so hard to deal with. But Sopic I've given away twice today, and it has been not great. It's been a menace, as he is. Because without Sopic there, like, there's no way I should have died at least. Just the plug into the CC. It only, man, it just sucks because I fucking knew they were there, man. I fucking knew it. That's why I warded. Damn it. But oh well. You live and you learn. Like, it was tough either way. I think they just had the better comp. It was way too hard for my backline to deal with Bologna. So you could practice it 2v1 them. And I screwed up early on. I thought this game was just over, so I pretty much just died like twice in a row for no reason. Thinking that we were going to surrender at 10 anyway. And then we actually kind of came back. And then we didn't. Just a weird game for me. I'm part of the reason why that Bologna became so hard to deal with. I just played it stupid. Ow. Dude, why is this shit just right on me? Oh, what? The fuck, man? Now I lost the fucking life for that. I'm not first pick again. The one time I was first pick, it was dodged. So that's great. I'm banning the fucking Sobek. This is a curse today. Which third menace could we ban here to just lessen the impact of what's gonna happen here? Because I would imagine Bari is... No, Bari is not.
Select your god.
There's not really any other choice to go with here. Sav, you gotta stop picking the Aladdin, man. I want to play it at least once today, but I'm never first pick. I can't get it. I went into my stream today thinking I'm gonna play some Aladdin. Finally, it's been a while. Fuck no. Against Hades? Yeah, it's gonna be fucking great. I can already tell I'm gonna have such a great time this game. Like, what the fuck do I even go here? I could do full damage shock, actually. That's decent to deal with Hades. At least that's a late game. I don't even know. I wish I could just see the god list. You could, like, earlier in Smite 2. I don't know why the fuck you can't do it now. I'm pretty sure it still doesn't work. Character select? Yeah, the button just doesn't work. I could just try hard my ass off again and go Modred. That would be the easy choice. I'll do Raw. I'm gonna stop thinking about what's good and just play what I want to play. That's the play here. And this is a terrible pick into Hades. But at this point, I don't care. And we need some magic. We have Bari, but still. I'm someone who just hates having only one source of like damage. So like only one magic and only one physical. Because if that person falls behind, they're just no longer that big of a threat. I have ideas though on how to just play this game out. I'll be a hybrid raw. I will definitely not go full damage. That's suicide. And my game's out. Fuck. It's gonna be an Aegis angle, but it's gonna suck into Aladdin. If I meet him specifically. I think I'm gonna do cooldown. Who against? There's a few people on that team I don't recognize instantly, at least. Might not be super stacked against me this time. Samu the Killer 66. I don't recognize the name.
Minions have spawned.
Hi. Good day.
Yeah, I did. Fuck, man. I did one auto too many.
The heat bears down upon you. The heat bears down upon you.
I'm still getting used to the leaving early for blue.
First blood. An ally has been slain. The heat bears down upon you. Your left tower is under attack. Bathe the glow.
I'm playing. Oh no! I didn't realize I had aspect. Oh fuck. Well, I'm cooked. It's absolutely not what I intended, boys. I need to turn on some aspects on the god screen, because that shit, this is something I forget. It's not bad, but it wasn't what I wanted to play. Because now my snipe 120 fucking damage.
An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain. I'll attack. The heat bears down upon you. An ally has been slain. That was a horrific show. Your middle tower is under attack.
Bye. Bye.
The heat bears down upon you.
I'll keep my ult in case I need to heal.
Ultimate is ready.
Bathe in the glow.
He just kept attacking it.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I suppose I could still do mage, but then I have to level and just purely go for my 3 or my 2 rather.
Down upon you.
Because I believe that is untouched, right? Yeah, that is just untouched.
Bathe in the glow. Your middle tower is under attack.
Group up. Enemies incoming.
Be careful, right? I'll gank middle lane.
Enemy missing left.
Enemy missing.
I will do boar though.
Enemies have returned.
I'm absolute doing boar. Because they have Cerberus, they have Artemis, Aladdin, and Hades. Very, very aggressive comp. I absolutely need something against it. Boar is probably my best option.
Enemy ultimate down.
Because I decided to go Aegis for the safety of the Hades ult as well as the Nemesis.
Bathe in the glow.
Yeah, he still one-shots. That's dude, how does he do that much damage to me already? Oh, he has Divine Ruin. Well,
Enemy ultimate down.
okay. That explains why my ult already healed like fucking ass.
Your left tower is under attack.
Out of mana. Oh, I apologize sincerely.
Your left tower is under attack. Cancel that.
Oh, now I'm a full level behind.
Bathe in the glow.
At least they'll be fine once I have boar. I won't die to him at least.
Bathe in the glow.
Falling back.
Bathe in the glow. Bears down upon you. Your middle tower is under attack.
We need wards.
Ultimate is down.
It's alright. If he's not invading them, my blue, that's good.
Curses.
You can take my back cams all day.
Bathe in the glow. Bears down upon you.
Enemy ultimate down. No problem. Good game.
The heat bears down upon you. Bathe in the glow.
Enemy spotted.
Damn, that's so low.
Bathe. An ally has been slain.
That was a horrific shame.
The heat bears down upon you. The glow.
Should be very easy gank for the Wheelix though. Not sure why we are at least trying once.
Follow me.
Ultimate is down. An enemy has been slain. Double kill. Fantastic.
Huge.
Attack the Gold Fury. Group up.
Why did I pick Ra into Hades? I already regret my decision. Should've just gone Chuck, like my instinct said.
Be right back. Have fun. Rampage. Shut down. I'm returning right lane. The heat bears down upon you.
No, never mind. I don't even damage them a little bit.
Gank middle lane.
Enemy missing left. Cancel that.
Yeah, my dude's level 12.
Down upon you.
Your left tower is under attack. I'll gank right lane. Okay. Enemy ultimate is down. Set up an ambush here. The Pyromancer has arrived. Your left
I should
tower
probably get
is
Divine
under
as well for
attack.
him.
Your left tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
I think he dies as well, right? If I could turn my camera, maybe? No, he doesn't. Of course he doesn't. Alright, I'm gonna stop trolling. Fuck me, man.
Group up.
Your left tower is under attack.
Dude, I can't believe he's allowed to dash in and still survive, man. Towers are actually garbage in Smite. He's full mage. How is he not dying to 3 tower shots?
Your left tower is under attack. Be careful.
He wasn't even full HP.
No problem.
It was like 60%.
Your middle tower is under attack. Down upon
It's actually kind of mind-blowing to me that doesn't kill him.
enemy spotted. Be careful.
I'm bored.
Enemy spotted. Okay.
Enemies in right lane. Retreat.
Enemy missing left. Enemy missing left.
An ally has been slain.
Be careful, please.
The glow.
Retreat right lane. Enemies incoming.
Your right tower is under attack. Enemies behind Retreat. An ally has been slain. Down upon you. Fantastic.
Nice job.
Bathe in the glow.
Your right tower is under attack. Enemy ultimate down. Killing spree.
Okay.
Working hard is its own reward. Working hard is its own reward.
Your right tower is under attack.
Oh, he's gonna zone now. Interesting. Very late zoning he decided to do here.
Bye. An ally has been slain. The heat bears down upon you. Bathe in the glow.
Ultimate is down. I'll gank left lane.
The heat bears down upon you. Bathe in the glow. Yes. Bathe in the glow. You have slain an enemy. Attack! An ally has been slain. Your right tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack. Your right tower has been destroyed. Bathe in the glow. Your right tower is under attack. Bathe in the glow. Help right lane. The heat bears down upon your middle tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack. An ally has been slain. Your right tower has been destroyed. The glow. On my way. Killing spree.
Yeah.
I mean, he just backed in time, didn't he? Why is he all the way down there too? The fuck? Were they there for long? Am I just stupid and didn't realize? Because if they were, I just...
On my way.
Bathe.
Ultimate is down. Attack right lane.
Enemy ultimate down.
On my way.
An ally has been slain. Your middle tower is under attack. An enemy has been slain.
I wither away.
Once more into the breach.
You cannot escape me.
Shut down. Let's not do that again.
I don't know why. That felt good, but I guess it wasn't.
The enemy team has destroyed the gold fury.
For the forest has eyes.
Okay. I guess they just did gold, so my bad, but... Okay, man. I guess I'm just out of it, because we just... I don't know. I guess sap every game, which is generally hard enough, and no one knows how to deal with them. And my team is just losing dual lane every game. Like, so hard.
Your right Phoenix is under attack.
There's 2 tier 2s down already. Or 2 tier 2. There's 2 towers already down in duo. Just can't play it because they're just so fed everywhere else. Though this game is cooked because I'm also just against Hades as a raw. I doomed myself in this one too. That just felt like a good fight that we definitely should have won. Especially with Aladdin just chasing me and not getting me in the end.
Enemy missing left. Your left tower is under attack. The heat bears down upon you. Unstoppable. The heat bears down upon you. Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has been destroyed. An ally has been slain. Your middle tower is under attack. The glow.
Dude, they just go do fire or some shit. Why are you in mid?
Your middle tower is under attack.
We are against a much better comp though, I will also say. Like, the enemy team just went full tryhard, it feels like, where we're just fucking playing shit like Ra and Rama.
Your team has destroyed a right enemy tower. The enemy team has destroyed the pyramids. Your middle tower is under attack.
Completed. Retreat!
Your team has destroyed a right slain an enemy.
You blocked my boar. We might get the Phoenix though, that'll be big. Or is this slow ass Rama build? There's no attack speed. Hide behind the creeps. Huge. He's gonna die now. Aladdin though. Look at him zoom. That's so funny, man. You thought you were fine. You were not fine. Yeah, I mean, Willock is level 16 as well. This game is just a little cooked. Perfectly balanced and fair. Yes. The thing is, though, I do think Aladdin is very, very good, but I do think it's also just escalated by the fact that Sav is playing against, you know, players who's not nearly as good as him. So he just gets fed. It doesn't even matter what you give him. Sav's gonna get fed anyway. Like, dude, I would rather meet his Aladdin than I would meet his Hades. That shit's even worse to deal with.
On my way. I'll attack the fire giant. The glow. Be careful left. Enemies incoming. Group up. Gank.
Okay, okay.
Group up.
been slain. Triple kill! Rampage!
That sucks. Chris, they quad buffed that character? What, you mean like Aladdin? I feel like they only nerfed him and then they shifted him, which, I mean, you could count that as a buff, I think, where you shifted him to physical a bit more. But I still think he is, like, it's crazy to think how many times he's been nerfed, right? Because he was so broken, man.
The enemy team has destroyed the Pyromancer. Your middle tower is under attack.
The amount of shielding that they just got, though, or Hades got, I believe he was just Bloodbound Book. I thought they shield too. Oh, it's broken.
An ally has been slain.
Maybe we fight mid if there's two people in left or in right. I missed everything, but I lived.
I'll defend. Have fun. Your right Phoenix is under attack.
Always return.
Attack fire giant.
Bathe the glow. On my way.
We have a chance. Our comp is still good. We have Bari. Well, actually, our initiation is kind of super ass, but we don't have to think about that, alright? Maybe we could just counter initiate or something like that. Hopefully, maybe.
Enemy spotted.
We also didn't really focus the same targets there. Like, we definitely should have just killed Hades and not the Cerberus.
Completed.
On my way.
Be right back.
Bathe the glow.
Enemies behind us.
The heat bears down upon you.
Group up.
Bathe the glow.
I'll attack right lane. Have fun.
Bathe the glow.
What?
Attack! Attack! Enemies have returned to
The heat bears down upon you. Double kill.
away.
Your middle tower is under attack. Bathe the glow.
I can't believe I missed my snipe.
Thank you. Enemies in right lane. Be careful, middle.
The glow. The heat bears down upon you.
Let's settle this.
No, man, my snipe just came up. I'm so fucking annoyed that this shit is seconds away from getting up every single time, man. Maybe just a Wellstone for lower cooldown on the snipe.
Nice save.
Like 44 seconds is good, but it would go down to like 30?
I'll defend by.
But maybe just a Chronos Pendant. Might just be better overall.
Have fun.
Or, you know what, fuck it. I'm going Blood Bomb Book. Damn, that was a tight window that he actually ended up getting that. That's huge for us. Alright, I guess I'll just shut up. My team's gonna carry me. And we overchased.
I'll attack the An ally has been slain.
Set up an ambush here.
Under attack. The glow.
Can see you.
Slain an enemy.
Ah, he blocked my boar again.
Deicide. Your middle phoenix is under attack.
If only I had my Bloodbound book.
Your middle phoenix has been destroyed.
I mean, Sav on almost anything will just generally perform really well. Like, very rarely do I see Sav like make mistakes. And in this game, we traded Aladdin for Bari, because as second pick, you just have to give something up. It is impossible not to give Kali, Aladdin, or Bari up. I do think Aladdin is a lot worse in the right hands than Bari. I will say that much at least. I would rather have a really good Aladdin than a really good Bari. Because Bari is just naturally easier to kill and go on. Like a good Aladdin is rough. So why is this thing just glowing? Just a visual glitch.
Be careful left. The glow. Enemy missing. Cancel that.
In the glow.
Attack!
Your team has destroyed a left enemy tower. In the glow. Slain an enemy. Killing spree. Double kill.
Okay.
Turn to base.
Double kill.
It was just weird. People just stopped chasing the like the wrong targets, I guess. Like, stop. What we need is to stop focusing Serp over Aladdin.
I'll defend.
Because people just went on the Serpers there. That was just not good. Like, straight up. We probably lose here as well.
Your titan is under attack.
Block some hits, buddy. Block some hits. I believe. Oh, huge stun. Actually, super huge. I don't believe it. That's a huge, man. I do think nerfing is the best option, yeah, but
Attack fire giant.
I understand why they haven't necessarily been nerfed, because they've been trying to figure out where to put items, because tanks have just generally been broken as a whole. So I would prefer them doing that too. I think focusing on stats first and making sure that everyone is kind of like equal ground, and then you can figure out what you need to nerf in terms of gods.
Yeah, there too. I think we can do this.
Yeah, just go end.
Where are you still?
Team has destroyed a middle enemy tower.
Carrot, 9 seconds.
No problem. Attack the Titan.
That was just the weirdest fucking game.
Goodbye. Victory.
No, we could definitely have ended there, yeah. As long as we all focus on Titan, we definitely just end that. Fenrir also plays it well by grabbing the Hades. There's two things we need to do here. Not group, because Hades. Second, fully focus Titan. And spread out as a... Just those two things, because they can't kill all of us. I can stay in at pretty decent time with semi-tank Ra and my heal and my Aegis and all that stuff. Fenrir is obviously just an absolute tank nightmare. This dude is so tanky. But yeah. Yeah, the Fenrir saved the game, pretty much. Fenrir pretty much ended up carrying this game. Dude, poor Sav. Poor Sav, man. My guy dies once without the revive, and we end. No, in all seriousness, though, I do think Fenrir carried this one. Fenrir played this really well, considering he's a solo frontlining, basically. Solo frontline Fenrir. A Latin player deserved. Kinda true. I'm also mixed, because a lot of people do want, like, at least one more ban. I still feel like it's too early for another ban. I just think they need to start nerfing stuff. Like, specific gods. I think they've found a pretty decent, nice spot for items. Are tanks still strong? Yes. But I think maybe we buff Pen a little bit, and then we're golden. I feel like that's kind of all we need now. Because then ADCs are gonna feel great again. And, I mean, I don't think tanks are broken anymore, necessarily. I still think if you get a Fed as a tank, yeah, you're gonna feel it. But the same, it's the other way around too. Like, if I'm 2 levels down on an ADC, I don't feel like I can fight them anymore. So, I don't think it's that far away from being, like, really good in terms of stats. Yeah, but Nemean has always been kind of ridiculous. It is meant to be something hard counter to ADCs. It was the same thing in Smite 1. It was even more, like, aggressive, I think, in Smite 1, because it was just permanent. I think Nemean is alright. Like, I don't think it's... Like, it is meant to be something that is, like, hard counter to something that is just doing a lot of damage to you. But now that it's an active, you can counteract it a lot more as an ADC, because you just don't attack in that window. You think Nemean is broken, Seth? I don't know, I haven't had a whole lot of luck with it lately. Obviously, it also depends on what I'm against, but I feel like Nemean just... I don't know, I guess I end up picking it sometimes when I'm in a position where we're losing anyway, and I just kind of just get one shot. It's incredibly broken. Okay. I believe you. No, the Aladdin band! Dude, I want to play it! Just once! Just once today! I mean, I'm just gonna ban the Bari then. Maybe. Because I might please pick up the Kali. Maybe I'll leave it open for that reason, actually. I'm banning the soap again. Get that shit out.
Select
Want a
your
Bari
god.
again. Alex. Okay. He wants it. I'll give it. Odin. Odin. I had something in mind that I wanted to play. That completely escaped my head. I think I wanted to play Anubis, but if I'm against Odin, that's gonna be a nightmare. Grab me... Ba, 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 ba. Nope, I'm doing it. Yeah, look at that instead. I wonder who it is. Who could it possibly be? I have a plan for this game. No, man. Odin, Cabrag, and Cyprus. Hope is gone. Why does this happen every time I pick a mage, huh? Why can't people pick something different? Go the anti-heal item? Or the... like...
Anubis, Death's
which one?
shadow.
The attack speed one? Or you mean Divine Ruin? But isn't that like a plus healing item, not an anti-healing item? That just ups my healing? Yeah, 3 frontliners against Ares. That's... yeah. Yeah, we're gonna have a time in this one. Oh, the anti-heal, I see. My bad, I missed one anti in there. Legitimately, thank God Sav isn't in this game. I don't think I could take another one. Still, though, I want to play with Sav. I just want Sav on my team. I don't even care if we win. Sav's just a cool guy. Oh, it's gonna be... okay. Odin jungle. I mean, should have expected that much. Yeah, I'm gonna have to do this.
I must.
Like Rod of Asclepius. Yeah, they remove them and prevent all anti-healing effects. Yeah, you're actually right. That could be kind of nice. Dude, does that actually counter Odin ult? That would be crazy. That would be kind of crazy. If I don't die during my laning phase, I'm gonna be so surprised. Cabrak and Odin. What can I even do?
Minions have spawned.
Expected.
Okay.
Team, no, not again. I have been winning at least a little bit, like the last one where we came back, but I don't need these early games where we're getting so smacked every single lane. We have to fight so hard to get back.
Attack.
Okay, man.
Stay spicy.
An ally has been slain.
Enemies in left lane.
Okay. Enemy spotted.
Bad.
What the fuck is bots doing, man?
Your left
That's
tower
just the
is
freest kill of all time. I did miss my stun, but if bots is there, he just dies.
Enemy ultimate incoming.
Bots level 3, man.
Enemy missing middle.
An ally has been slain. Your right tower is under attack. Double kill. Killing spree.
It's over. Everyone is losing super fucking hard. And now I'm fucked because of bots as well.
Slain.
It's Jover.
Your right tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack.
I also don't need the matchmaking to stop putting me on the same teams though, because it's getting a bit boring. Just had the same teammates for a few games. Mix things up a bit.
Your left tower is under attack.
You know your stuff. You know your stuff. You know your stuff. You know your stuff.
What a great fucking idea. Let's give Cabrakan a heal on his 2. Who the fuck thought that was a great idea, huh, Hyris? Can we talk about that? Who looked at him and thought, yep, that guy needs a heal? That makes sense. When he was already picking banned. He's fucking banned every game. Give that ban a heal. He needs it. He sure did. He really needed it.
On my way.
This is an auto-mana Odin. That's fantastic. We love speed buff.
Your right tower is under attack.
Ugh. Dude, today's been fucking shit. I'm dealing with Cabrakan, Aladdin.
Your middle tower is
I'm just
under
dealing with the
attack.
Broken Gods today. Usually people play as something else. Sometimes. People are sweaty today. Extra sweaty.
Your middle tower is under attack. An ally has been slain.
Swift and clean.
We just surrender, dude. Like we're just too far behind. We cannot fight back at all. And once again, our comp is just garbage. We don't have a good comp.
Tower is under attack.
Actually, that's a mistake. I'm against Cabrakan. Yeah, it's a stupid buy. I don't even know. Probably just Chronos Pendant.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack. Your left tower.
Not that I think it matters. Yeah, he should get a shield too, that's right. Every time he uses 1 and 2, I think he should get a shield. Because I don't think Cabrakan is broken enough.
Set up an ambush here.
Set up an ambush here.
And I think he should have 2 ults. That's also pretty cool.
Be careful.
Or like a Mordred as well as like a...
Retreat left lane.
Have fun.
Teba, retreat.
like where it levels up, so it gets bigger. I don't know why I actually still use my 1 when I know he's gonna stun me. That didn't even get a single tick. Also, I should not have shelled.
Double kill. Killing spree.
Okay.
And he lives.
Your left tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack.
So much for trying to just play fun gods. I actually get Odin.
Shut down.
Damn.
An ally has been slain. Your right tower is under attack.
Handy Latin or a Hades buffs. Yeah, sure we could figure something out.
Your middle tower.
Hades might not heal enough. I don't know why. I might as well just make it 100% every heal.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Be
On
careful.
my way.
Group
The
up.
Pyromancer has arrived. Ultimate is down.
Didn't pick up the rocks though. Yeah, make his ult and execute his ult just nice.
An ally has been slain.
It's so funny, man.
Your middle tower is under
I
attack.
mean, I'm surrendering. This shit is so over. And I... Oh, okay.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Surely we're not zoning here. Right, Bushy?
Your middle tower is under attack.
Is this where we're gonna go?
Killing spree. Your middle tower is under attack. An ally has been slain. Your left tower is under attack. Shut down. Your middle tower. Your right tower.
Just trying to eliminate the wave.
Your left tower is under attack. Killing spree. An ally has been slain.
You know your stuff. Retreat. You know your stuff. You know your stuff. You know your stuff. You know your
The
stuff.
enemy team has destroyed the Pyromancer. Your left tower has been destroyed. Your left
Fuck are you
tower
saying,
is
man?
under attack.
I gave you the broken god and you're not doing anything with it. Granted, I don't think we're gonna be able to play this game against an Odin and a Cabrakan. Backliners just cooked in this one. Do what is this? How am I not doing more damage than this? How is he so fucking tanky? I don't get it. How does he heal so much too? Dude, what is happening with Cabrakan as a god? I thought his 2 was only supposed to be like a 2% heal. It feels like fucking more than that. He doesn't have any other healing. I'm so confused. I'm confuffled. Twine? Or Deso? I'll grab Divine, because apparently he's healing a lot.
An ally has been slain.
Stay spicy.
An ally has been slain. Your right tower is under attack.
No Cupid is here. Maybe I can bait.
Slain.
I just gotta keep my stun.
Enemies at the gold fury. Enemies at the fire.
Enemy missing right.
Be careful. Group up.
No.
The enemy team has destroyed the fire giant. Your right tower is under attack. Killing spree. Double kill. Your right tower is under attack. An ally has been slain. Your right tower has been destroyed. Your right tower is under attack.
It's just so boring. I don't know why we're not surrendering these.
Your right tower has been destroyed.
Just complete waste of time, dude. It's just like
Your right Phoenix is
how are these games so one-sided?
Phoenix has been destroyed. Your Titan is under attack.
I'm gonna stop leaving Bari open.
Double kill. Killing spree. Unstoppable. Shut down.
Fucking ult
Your
that. I
Titan
need to
is
kill.
under attack.
Group up. Attack the gold fury.
The thing is though, we do have a good comp. No, don't get baited. I'm stopping myself here. Don't get baited. We just got a few kills. Nothing else. Stop. It's over. No chance. But again, level-wise, we're really not that far behind. Guys, I'm talking myself back into it. It's not good.
Enemy missing right. Be careful.
An ally has been slain.
And we've thrown with a weird goal call.
Triple kill. Defy.
Well, I mean thrown. Maybe that's a bit optimistic for me to say, but it's not like we were really in the lead.
Has
Oh well, I tried. Didn't get my blood bubble off. Oh, I mean they can't. Yo, Bats, do some damage, brother. Go in. Dude, okay. Dragon's just gonna end it here, but I'm close. What? There's no way they didn't end. End the game. No. There's no way. Get me out. What was that? You're right. I mean, it is an easy win if they throw, and they're certainly doing a pretty significant job of it, I will say. It's quite impressive. They hesitated so hard, and they just end up going in one by one. But that Titan does not have a lot of health. They're still chasing.
We need wards. Defend right lane. Retreat. Shut down. Retreat. The enemy team has destroyed the fire dragon.
I feel like we should have waited going in, but
Ally has been slain.
maybe that's just me.
Your right Phoenix is under attack.
It's just how many shells as well. Just well, there you go. Unfortunate. I definitely felt like we had a chance. If we started fighting on Phoenixes and Titans rather than just fighting before. Had he gotten Cupid, it would have been pretty big with bots there, but... also Bari dying for fire is obviously also not like, good at all. Ugh. Hear double audio? Yeah, hopefully that's just on you. That would not be tragic if that's how the stream has been the whole time. Yeah, I would have imagined if it was really bad. Then someone would have said something. Alright, let's see. How's it been going today? Not great. I mean, I did need to lose some SR, because it's been way too high. If I'm top 10, there's something wrong. Maybe I'm not top 10 anymore. We'll see. I am still top 10. Haven't lost enough. I'll do one more game though, before I head out for some dinner. Maybe, if I'm lucky, I can get an Aladdin game in. Right? Enemy team? No banning Aladdin this time? At this point, like, it's been so long, I don't even know how to play Aladdin anymore. Got a chance to check out Expedition 3 or Oblivion? Yeah, I played both. I've been playing Expedition 33 with a friend, like while he watches, and we just kind of like he kind of treats it just like watching a series, essentially. So I haven't been progressing that much because I do rely on him to play it as well. But been playing it for about like 10 or 15 hours or so, and I love it. I'm absolutely in love with the game. It is peak. I mean, I'm also not first pick in this game, so like, doubt that I'm gonna be playing Aladdin. Especially if the enemy team is banning Kali. Yeah, Okami, I don't blame people for banning him. Like, he is very good. I just really want to play him. It's because it's been a while. I'll just start by banning the Aladdin. I can't trust someone banning Kali and then not first picking the Aladdin, so that's what I'll have to do. And yeah, Oblivion I play on my own. So like when I can't play Expedition 33 with my friend, I will play Oblivion, like generally Oblivion or Smite. And I do enjoy both, but I'm really in love with Expedition 33. Like, that game is just cool and fun and unique. It's great. I like it a lot. Spend the Bari. Wait, what did they pick? Neath?
Your god.
Okay. Am I really gonna do this to myself? Yeah, I guess. I don't want to fucking play against it. I'm picking it. I'm doing it. Let's do an effort game. I also think playing against Bari isn't as bad as people make it out to be, but I do. It's just she's so hard to deal with if she's in the right hands. Granted, I know you can say that against like with a lot of gods, but still, I think a good Bari is wildly hard to deal with. And there's also just an aspect of me that ends up banning something because my team always wants to ban it. And people are gonna be like, some people just go completely crazy if you don't ban a specific thing. I just can't be asked to deal with that. So I often just, unless I know my teammates, you know, I might ban something different. But yeah, I don't know. I do think Bari is kind of broken though. But there's just a lot of broken stuff in the game at the moment. Poseidon is very good as well. I do agree with that, but yeah. She's also pretty easy to play. I think that's also one of the reasons. Like, she's not like Aladdin, where Aladdin actually requires some skill to use. She does not as much. I actually just said the opposite of what I'm reading in chat. I don't think she requires... Like, her base is easier to master than I think Aladdin's base. So I would rather ban her than Aladdin. Like, I'm not really too fearful of an Aladdin who doesn't know how to play, because like all the auto-canceling, as well as like when to use the ultimate, when to use all your wishes, all that stuff comes with experience that a lot of people just don't have. So if you meet Sav or Nika or like Gunther on Aladdin, yeah, you're gonna have a fucking shit time, alright? But if you're meeting just a random guy, it generally doesn't do much, I feel like. Like, I think Bari has a nice, like, easy to play but hard to master thing. I completely agree with that. I do think she is very, very good if you know how to play her. Even more. But on just the base, I do think she's easy to play. Double beats, or maybe an Aegis. I'll do an Aegis. Because they do have a Thana ult and an Neath ult that I might want to Aegis in this one. What am I into? I'm into the Mulan. Mulan.
Enchanting.
I do need to be careful. This is kind of a really bad matchup for me pre-level 5. Mulan is still really tough to deal with because of her 3 if you're a low mobility god. A squishy low mobility god. I'll be alright once I finish my first item. But before then I actually have to kind of chill.
Minions have spawned.
To steal your audio twice? Oh no, dude, you're right. That's me. I'm actually sorry about that. Because for a different reason, for capturing something else, I actually put on my audio capture, which is usually something I don't have on my desktop. I just have specifically for Smite, and Smite only. But I actually had... It should be fixed now. That's my bad. Oh, I'm gonna be late to lane because I'm stupid. Yep. Fuck. Yeah, I'm just a big old idiot. That's actually kind of crazy though, Okami. You must have some nice hearing. You're the only person who realized. Maybe someone else realized too, but they just haven't mentioned it. You were actually right. There were 2 sources of audio coming from me.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Get away.
Be careful, right.
Enemy missing left.
Cancel that.
Get away. Enemy
Nice job. Be careful, right. Be careful, right.
back off.
This does have extra protection. Once again, a Warrior's Axe. That was bad. I was trying to bait. But he also had shell, so it's not like I was gonna kill anyway.
Double kill. Killing spree. Nice job. Yes. No problem. Be careful. That's too bad. You have slain an enemy.
Overall, just horribly played by me and him, honestly. What the fuck are we doing? Warrior's Axe is 12 power now. If it's power you're talking about. Warrior's Axe is just not as great at the moment. Or protections, it's 10-10. Like, it's not bad. But I think Mulan feels way more like she's a bit of a. You want to ability spam more, I would say, personally. I knew he was there. I just couldn't get behind creeps in time, really. Ah.
Double kill by his grip. Shut down.
Yeah, there it is. That's unfortunate. If I'd gotten back in time with my full item, that would have been such a good fight.
Be right back.
And realistically, I should have saved my ult for the Than ult, but I just didn't hear him go up until after I ulted.
Nice job.
But well, at least I'm in a good spot now. Oh yeah, wait. Yeah, Sense of Time, Mulan would definitely not be good. That would be terrible.
Attack.
On my way. An enemy has been slain.
Back off. Enemy missing. Cancel that.
An enemy has been slain. Your middle tower is under attack. Incoming.
Fantastic.
Come, my doves. Back off.
Killing spree. Shut
End
down.
comes swiftly.
Enemy ultimate down.
This fucking Ethol is being real fucking annoying.
Bye.
Also, Merlin?
Back off.
Why is the mid laner here?
Your left tower is under attack. An enemy has been slain. Yes. An enemy has been slain. An enemy has been slain. Your middle tower is under attack.
Nice job.
Yeah, Mulan does do well with breastplate. I mean, cooldown in general. It's just, I don't know why they refuse to touch her at all right now.
Slain.
She's in such a weird spot. Mulan has just been bad since she came out. One thing is a meta problem, like items aren't great on her, but at the same time, she also wasn't good in like the Pridwin breastplate meta. She would be insanely good in a meta like that for Spine 1. Like, that's perfect for her.
Your middle tower is under attack. An enemy has been slain.
I think she's better than in support than she is in solo. In solo, she gets destroyed by any aggressive solo. Like Odin, Modred, Cabrakan, like she literally cannot fight them. It's so bad. And there's multiple reasons for it too. Like she's got low damage. As well as just like escapability. Her skill is just terrible. I don't know if she ulted. I was waiting for her ult to go off. She just never did. Isn't the late game team finding good? She could be okay. It's just currently she just does less damage natural than any other frontline. Her damage is incredibly low. That's her main problem. In Smite 1, obviously she worked the same, but she just had so much damage output. Like, it was legit good. Her 2 did so much more damage in Smite 1 than it does in Smite 2.
Enemy missing right. Enemies have returned.
Back off.
I need to back, actually. I'm grabbing a Bloodbound book. I'm doing the AIDS build.
I'll attack.
I'll gank left lane. Ultimate is ready.
The pyro has arrived.
An enemy has been slain.
They need me.
Bye.
Now this guy's getting the treatment I feel like I've been getting a few times today.
On my way. Gank middle lane. Enemies in the right lane. Help!
Gym of Isolation, Mulan. Yeah, I mean it would be good if everyone else also played something terrible. I think if we all decide to play bad gods, it might work out. Then Mulan is safe.
Your team has destroyed a left.
Sure TP'd, but at this point I'm just gonna run.
Help!
On my way.
Killing spree.
Back off. Okay.
Oh, you're up.
What? It went straight through. That's not my fault.
Your right tower is under attack.
Enemies incoming right. Enemy spotted.
Your right tower is under attack.
Bye.
I'm going
Enemies in
somewhere
left
else.
lane. Enemy ultimate incoming.
We've done our job over there. I gotta be careful here though. Without my ult, I am actually potentially vulnerable.
Hello. Leave me alone.
Okay, man. Sure.
Enemy ultimate down.
Cancel that.
I didn't even have my ult. With my ult, I could actually respond. Because I can Aegis the Thana ult, but I cannot do anything with the Neath ult unless they decide to somehow, for some reason, do it at the same time, you know?
Destroyed a middle enemy tower.
Follow me.
Killing spree.
What if I do Willstone on...
Enemies in left lane.
I'm actually curious. I think I want to do Willstone and just spam the ult.
Your left
Can I do
tower
that?
is under attack.
Just always have ult up.
An ally has been slain. In left lane. Okay.
Enemies incoming.
Your middle tower.
Damn it, man. I just ass. I don't play this god. What have I done?
On my way.
Okay, he landed back down.
Attack.
Your team has destroyed the gold fury. An enemy has been slain.
I don't think I'm gonna do it because Wilson is just bad. I'm sorry, guys. I can't do it. I will not. I'm just gonna go for power. More ults would be nice, but I can get CDR from something better. I think I could have done it if I also didn't go Helm of Radiance. But if I have Helm of Radiance, I'm just gonna be too low on power if I also go for Worldstone. There's just more valuable power items. Like anti-healing is super valuable, and we won't have anyone else in this team who can actually do it. Unless no, Salt does have aspect; she can do it, but she might not do it with her build. Not to mention, I have book of Bloodbound book rather, meaning another low power item that isn't really focused on dealing damage. That's also a pretty defensive item. I think Run of Asclepius is okay, it's just, you don't really build it on, like, non-healers, you know? And that's just, once again, better items.
I'm the greatest!
Enemy spotted. Enemy ultimate down.
On my way.
What? How does that stun me? In what world? In one world does that fucking stun me, man. What was that? Horus would be cool. It's another one that could kind of be like a support slash solo. too many people to smooch. Not enough smooches. I will say, like, the lack of items as well. Currently there is a problem with pen, so there is kind of a must to just buy a lot of pen on mages. So like the ideal build is generally to go for both Divine Ruin as well as Spear of Desolation, just to get the extra 10 pen you get out of those items. Once there isn't a pen problem in Smite, maybe, just maybe, can we actually build something else and just kind of go for weird builds. You can definitely make things work without, but if you don't have pen against like a legitimately hard to kill tank,
On my way.
you will probably struggle.
Your team has destroyed the pyramid. No rampage.
They need me.
On my way. I'll attack the fire giant.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Ain't no way, man.
That's too bad.
Okay.
This is crazy, he actually got that. I even knocked him back, he still got it off in time. Well, on tilted she might be. Yeah, Samo, you were the Hades, right? I do remember that.
Destroy the left enemy.
You played well though, I wouldn't say you gave me that SR, but...
Your end comes swiftly.
Retreat!
Okay.
They're still chasing.
They need me.
Okay. Gank.
I can see.
An enemy has been slain. An enemy. Middle enemy Phoenix. Yes.
Oh.
That was close.
I should just... I have 5k gold. Why haven't I backed? What am I doing? They get gold though, it's not like they get much more than that. It's not a huge row or anything. Just unnecessary. Have a nice day. Thank you, man. Enjoy. Have a nice day, Okami. I am debating on if I should get more pen, or if I just go for that world stuff. Wards. Wards is the correct choice. Maybe a spot for the new item.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I don't know, it feels kind of ass on Efra though. I mean, it's just mediocre in general, but I think I'm gonna try the Wildstone. It seems like it would be a pretty cool item on Efra. Like my ult is already, well, it's an 80-second cooldown. She's still hitting me, man. Pressed the wrong button too.
Yes. Your sins are revealed. Follow me.
Yes. Retreat. Protect the fire giant. Attack the fire giant. Attack the fire giant. Destroyed the fire giant. You have slain an enemy. How humiliating. Need healing.
We still got fire, so it's fine. I did so much damage to them.
Enemy behind us. Behind
Ah, he missed it. Nice.
Be careful. Be right back.
Finish this or Willstone. Both give cooldown, I suppose. I don't want to say this. That makes it... I can't tell. It didn't change. Whatever, I'll do this. Then see if Willstone gives me something later. It doesn't apply to the dialogue? I thought it did. I thought I tested it in
Follow me.
practice. But alright, I'll see once I get it.
Be right back. Enemy ultimate incoming. Okay. An enemy incoming. An ally has been slain.
Ain't no way they're all getting out. No, man. Tragic. almost surprised I'm not top damage with how much shit I've been doing in fights. But I can also see why Rama would be into a Mulan Cerberus who might just be standing in front of him taking damage. It's not enough. There we go. Yeah, normally I don't think I would go for my ult here. It's just I don't have... I can't even see it. Dude, that's so annoying that you can't see it. You definitely should be able to. Do I just press it for science? No, I'd rather just check it in a fight. Help me take a look, guys, next time I ult, because I might forget if it's a stressful fight.
Enemy spotted.
Back off.
On my way.
On my way.
Your team has destroyed the pyromancer. Your team has destroyed the right enemy tower. Be careful.
Group up. Defend the fire giant.
Yes, on my way.
Need healing.
No.
Curses.
Magus and Thana is really annoying.
Group up.
Stops so much of the poke that I can do to him. Good luck.
Triple kill! Rampage! Deicide. Your left tower is under attack. The enemy team has destroyed the fire.
That sucks. That's not a great play we made there. And people are just so split on my team that I don't know who to stick to.
Your middle tower is under attack.
We have a great comp. We just need to play it with the strengths it has.
Middle tower has been
Because we don't automatically win anymore. Also really sucks that Thanos survived that whole thing. He was quite literally one auto away.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Back off.
Retreat.
On my way. I'll defend left flank.
Has arrived. Your left tower is under attack. Your team has destroyed the gold.
Did a lot of damage in the back, but
Your end comes swiftly.
well, Actually, did that do anything to my ult? Dude, I feel like it doesn't. Unfortunate.
Has been slain. That's too bad. Your middle tower has been destroyed.
Defend the Titan. Be careful.
Your middle phoenix is under attack.
Can we get up in time? I can't believe we threw this so hard.
Your middle phoenix has been destroyed.
Good damage.
Titan is under attack. Your right tower is under attack.
Trying to kiss someone, man. I'm actually just trying to kiss people, but the way the kiss works is so awkward. I kind of fucked it too. I didn't ult the Sol when she needed it. I mean, my ult is back up already, so surely it does work. Still.
Your left tower is under attack.
Might still not be worth it, because for a single fight, this won't make a difference. Like, I only generally ult in a single fight anyway. But I can almost get a 3k pot, so that's also that. Like, if I had Soul Reaver or something like that, I could maybe just pump out even more damage. I could also sell Helm of Radiance, because this shit's straight up useless now. Actually, let's do that. Let's do that and then get... Yeah, let's do Soul Reaver. No, it's only one Phoenix down. We definitely should not surrender.
Be careful. We need wards.
Be right back. I will ward. I'll defend middle lane. On my way.
Gang.
On my way.
Dude, I'm trying to kiss 1,000 people. I can't even help him out.
An ally has been slain. Shut down. An ally has been slain. Nothing is past me.
I don't know if I should play these fights more selfishly, like, because I can do so much damage. If I'm linked to someone, I'm forced to peel.
Enemy spotted.
enemy team has destroyed the pyramids. Your left tower has been destroyed. Your left tower is under attack.
I don't believe it, man. I don't fucking believe it. The stun made sure I couldn't Aegis, and then I don't even think I should have died there. We're just fucking cooking it. We're just getting caught for no reason now.
Retreat!
Just go left or something, boys. If you die, we will lose for sure.
The enemy team has
Damn,
destroyed
that was
the
kind of
fire
close.
giant.
I'm so surprised Neith didn't die for that too. But now she has beats. Or no beats, rather. I want to peel for both our carries, it's just... it's hard. Main problem with trying to peel with me is that Fana has fucking Magi's. So my first kiss just doesn't work. And then it goes on cooldown for 14 fucking seconds or whatever. Well, it's 8 seconds, okay, with cooldown, but... still, it's a long ass cooldown, is the point.
Your right tower is under attack. Your right tower has been destroyed.
I'm not trying to kiss my tank. I'm trying to fucking stun them.
Has been slain. Retreat! Defend the Titan. Your right Phoenix is under attack.
Man. We're just going a bit too deep. Like, we defended so well there, but we shouldn't have gone back in.
Your middle Phoenix is under attack.
No, they just have a million fucking shells and they have fire to regen. What? Dude, what just stunned me? The fuck? Oh, it was a Neith root, I guess? I'm losing it. I'm absolutely losing it.
Phoenix is under attack. Your left Phoenix has been destroyed.
We lost all the Phoenixes, but I don't think they can end unless they get another kill or two.
Your Titan is under attack.
That Magi's right there, like that's a kill, straight up, if he doesn't have Magi's with my bird's head.
Your Titan is under attack.
My dude dashed in, that's what. Ain't no way he just dashed in. Guys, Merlin is in our base. Can we kill that guy? Ah, that sucks, man. Why did Rama dash in? Rama, why did you dash in, brother, man? That was crazy. Just fucking dashed into them. That's the glitch. Ah, that sucks. Damn, lost to a glitch. We definitely lacked a little bit of damage going into late game. But it's also just that they had fire. So we can poke them a bit. We didn't really have like a big all-in comp. Like we have a poke comp. Especially with Odin jungle. We rely on just poking and then going in. But yeah, in control. So, oh well. That was a fun game, but I think this game is a good example of why I just also don't like playing Aphrodite. Soon as the teamfight started, we had no chance. I feel like we did have a chance, but a lot of the time we just ended up throwing. Like, we took some really dumb fucking fights, man. We really did. Like, when... on the left side on their blue buff, when Sobek plucked, Merlin beats. That was a great fight for us until that point. Now we're suddenly in a position where we should have just gotten out, but we kept going. Like, Sobek went in, so I just charged it bushy, obviously. But I don't think that was a good fight to take. Because they're no longer in a bad spot. Sobek just plucked and he's basically 60% HP after that. And I just used everything to try and follow up on that pluck as well. Well, everything. I have a heal, that's about it. Like as an Aphrodite, I just poke a bit and then I go back. And we ended up being so split in that fight too. Another big issue I felt like we had was not removing the Magi's on Thana. Because that means I can't peel. I was no longer able to just get him off people, because he just immuned my first fucking kiss, and that shit's gonna take 10 seconds to be back up. And sure, I can peel with damage, which I did. But usually the target that I was trying to link to was dead by the time that happened, and then he just runs away, because I can't really chase him. Almost every fight I felt like I was on Thana trying to peel, and he gets out with 1 HP. And even in some... When we got fire, and I killed Merlin, Neath was also like 30%. Like, that fight should have been won for free, and we still ended up losing that one too. So it was just... It's a bit overall pretty awkward. But yeah, I mean, as you mentioned as well, it's... The combo we have is a bit awkward to make work once we get late game. Like, Rama is still by far just the weakest hunter. He's too easy to kill, and he just doesn't do as much damage as the others if you can't auto-attack, obviously. Which is kind of hard to do, I feel like, at the moment. And it's my too, with tanks being as suppressive as they are. And Odin will just naturally fall off because it's Odin. And I feel like as Aphrodite, well, Aphrodite is definitely good. But if I'm building full mage Aphro, there's the higher chance of me being one-shot. It's different if it's like a support tanky Aphro. I think she only gets better with time. But mage Aphro, I think gets weaker with time. There's only so much damage I can do. Like, no one ever went for me. They always went for someone else. Which just made it really hard for me. Because I would be much better if they were going on me. Because then I can 3, 2, ult, and then 3 them again. And I would generally kill any squishy that's on me. But they didn't go on me. Oh well. As mentioned, still a fun game, but we're definitely through this one. We could have ended. And I'll actually do another one. I said it was going to be my last, but I actually feel like playing more. I will only do one more though, because I do need to make food. And it cannot be too late. Maybe I can get in the Latin game. We'll see. If not, then I'll just be sad. At least I'm first pick. Maybe I'll just play Kali as well. Probably gonna be between one of those. Feel like bad luck was also a factor. Yeah, it was. We definitely were a bit unlucky as well. Like when I went on a Neath on Pyro, Neath should have died, man. I'm so sad Neath was 1 HP after that too. And I just died for nothing then, which just added to the throw. Stop banning Aladdin! Why? You know what? You better ban fucking Hades, you hear me? You better ban Hades. I'm picking that shit.
Select your god.
What's actually even open? Kali, I guess. It'll be the Kali. Oh, my sensitivity is all kinds of fucked up. Sure, Bushy. Go for it, man. It's definitely broken. Please do it. Trust me, man. Just for this game, I think you should do it. But if you're my team, I don't think you should do it. Alright? But trust me, it's so broken. Dude, it's getting so hot. The sun's just burning my apartment. I feel like I'm being baked. The want to play Aladdin just kept me going for longer today than I really needed to. Or wanted to, I should say. Never got him. Not a single fucking Aladdin game. An absolute sad state of affairs. They have a weird comp. I'm just gonna go Shell. I don't feel like I need anything else. did think it was gonna be an Odin jungle again, but it's not. You know what? I should have got beats. But it's fine. Shell is still nice. Who was top elo on this team? I'm not sure I picked up on that.
Minions have spawned.
Hi.
That sucks. I don't know why I pressed my ability even after he jumped. Not smart.
Your left tower is under attack.
Let's go grab that mana. Damn, I actually could think I could have had a really big advantage here if I just played it right.
Your left tower is under attack.
And he's got the big pots. All the pots.
Careful, right. Your left tower is under attack.
Seems like he might be leveling his 1, because that felt like it did a lot more damage than his 2. Would make sense in this matchup. Oh yeah, it's a knock-up now. Right, I forgot. You know what, it's not a problem then. I absolutely don't need beats. I have not met the aspect enough.
Gank right lane. Enemy spotted.
Ultimate is ready.
Enemy ultimate down.
An ally has been slain. slain.
Balance is over one strike.
You have slain an enemy.
Damn, I even got speed as well. What a lovely day this is. Fucking hell, man, he jumped my two.
Your right tower is under attack.
What the fuck am I jumping?
Enemy ultimate down.
No, he is leveling his two. Why do I feel like his fucking one does so much damage to me, man? What kind of horseshit is that?
Your right tower is under attack.
Okay.
An ally has been slain. Double kill. Enemy spotted. Your middle tower is under attack. An enemy has been slain.
Don't want to take the risk. Just get out.
They fought well.
Your right tower is under attack. You have slain an enemy.
Bushy. Shell came in real handy in the end.
On my way. Attack.
An enemy has been slain. Your left tower is under attack. An ally has been slain.
On my way.
An enemy has been slain.
Oh my god.
Killing spree.
Sorry.
That was just terribly played. Didn't even deserve to get that kill.
Your right tower is
Enemy
under
resting
attack.
right.
Sunder as well. I'll take that trade.
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
A fair choice.
Let's try Doom Orb.
An ally has been slain. Your right tower is under attack.
Completed.
Your right tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack. Gank.
That shit lasts forever.
There's no running for me.
You have slain an enemy. Your left tower is under attack. Enemy missing. Your right tower is under attack. An enemy has been slain. Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
I never know what to level at this point in time. After my 2 and 3, I don't know what to level. Because I feel like what are the benefits of this? The duration is nice, for sure, but the jump is generally more useful for the just overall damage output that I'm able to put out while I'm trying to do the combo. Maybe just level both simultaneously. There's also just the heal on the one that's nice, but I mean it's a Cerberus, so...
Completed. Good job.
Your left tower is under attack.
Defend battle lane.
Such a sad state of affairs.
My blue is still up.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Attack middle lane.
An enemy has been slain. Your right tower is under attack.
Need healing.
Attack.
Enemies incoming middle. Enemies incoming middle.
Be careful.
Aw, man. My shit isn't going off in time.
I'll be back to
Your left tower
Die being the god that can't die. Sorry, I haven't been reading chat much, guys. I don't know if I'm too late on all the messages, but... Oops. Been a bit too focused on this one, because it wasn't looking too great in the beginning, but it's starting to look a bit more in our favor now. I'm just not in range for this shit. I kind of wish he didn't grab the Odin away from us. I think we could have maybe killed him before he even hit the ground while he was in Fenrir's mouth. But it's unfortunate. Do I just do poly? I don't know.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I'll do poly. That's a bit more. Alright, Pope. Have a nice one, man. I'll be playing a bit later as well. I'm excited to get back to it.
Your right tower is under attack.
My ball was plus 60, it's crazy.
Enemy missing right. Enemies incoming middle.
Be right back. Be careful.
An ally has been slain. Your team has destroyed the gold fjord.
Attack fire giant.
My style.
Slain an enemy.
Fix this mess.
An enemy has been slain.
This fight's a little scary. I'm not dealing as much damage as I would like. Maybe I have to go Nimble Ring. Would actually help my damage output quite a bit. Give me that assist. For the kill, I'll take it.
Slain an enemy. Attack fire giant. Destroy the fire giant. Beware the ship
Try to actually give him the kill. I think one of my dots might have finished him off.
Dispel their attacks.
Destroyed a middle enemy tower. I'll attack left. No, attack left lane. Middle lane. Retreat, middle lane. Has arrived.
Dude, that stun is so annoying, man. It feels like it lasts for so long.
Dispel their attacks.
Ultimate is ready.
Your team has destroyed a left enemy Phoenix. Return to me, fire giant.
I'm definitely having trouble getting in these fights. It's definitely going well, it's just finding a target that doesn't just instantly knock me away or goes like immune. Like just Sol on her. I'm getting stunned by Cerberus from the back. It's the life without beats.
Shut down. I'm the cancel that.
Let's settle this with style. My style. Nowhere to run. Nowhere to.
Enemies have returned to base.
I want to keep. Oh, he's still here.
Slain an enemy.
Just gave up.
On my way.
Your team has destroyed the Pyromancer.
That should be fine. That sucks that they came in, but that just means we get 5 free.
Destroyed the fire giant.
I'll do Nimble Ring. It just feels awkward not having attack speed on Kali. Poor Otter, man. My dude went over here, died, Respawned tragically the wave again and died to a different person. Sad times. It's still really funny that Brutalize can crit. Dude, that shit's doing 600 damage? That's insane. No wonder Honor doesn't want to play the game. He can't stop Brutalize from happening. I get it. It's the same thing with Sol, actually. They can't stop Brutalize at all. Like, they just get a one-shot, I would imagine.
Double kill.
Yep, there it is.
Killing spree.
No, man. I want to be part of the fight.
Triple kill.
Have fun.
Quadra kill.
Victory.
Alright. That's which is why I'm gonna have to end it. Never got to play Aladdin today, but got some other fun things, and at least I got to play some Raw. It's been quite a while since I played Raw. Rank 4. I do think I lost more than I won today, though. Yeah, I've lost like 200 SR today. Yeah, that's up 3 wins, 6 losses, so, yep. That's alright, though. I do need to lose a bit. It's a bit high. For matchmaking purposes, it's not great. Was just lurking, but appreciate the stream. Chill as fuck. Yeah, thank you, man. I appreciate it. I don't stream often, but I appreciate when people stop by. Alright, guys. Have a nice night. I appreciate you stopping by as you